Stop anytime. Just keeps rolling on through. Only one win in Ha-Min Sung's career. Came all the way back in 2015. Meanwhile, to 10 from the front of the green, Kimi G along the border of the fringe. It's online, but just runs out of speed in the final moments. So it's a tap in from a couple of centimeters out to keeper at 6 under par. The conditions today at South Springs, absolutely breathtaking. 25 degrees, feeling like 30, and the wind as calm as it has been all week long. Gusts less than 10 kilometers an hour. Another close call. I think the putters today could almost be single-handedly responsible for who will take home the check for 144 million won. Sonia Bean will settle for par as well. Over to 9, final hole on the mountain course here at South Springs. Lee So-young. Approach shot from the fairway. Well, hits the center of the green and it's going to roll back off to the right. Didn't quite carry it enough to stay on top of that rise. There are many back pin placements today, especially on the back 9 today. 40 of the 48 yards of depth here at 8, playing back towards the exact center. So this is the par save for Ha-Min Sung. Gets it up the hill, starts to slow up. Narrowly to the outside of the cup, and she will be dropping down. So she will relinquish the lead. Couple of holes in hand to most of her challengers, but that is now 3 over in the last 2 holes, despite picking up 2 birdies earlier in the round. Here's Chan Sol at 10. 101 meters. The wedge down to the front of the green, just 13 yards off the front from the very beginning, but you can see right nearly off the fringe, and she is attacking that pin. To 18, Pak Young to finish the tournament at even par. Rolls in the birdie. Sorry, to finish the front 9 at even. She's got back up after a disappointing day yesterday. She's 2 under through 9, having played the 10th hole, playing the 18th or 9th hole of the day. Teed off at 10:35 this morning on the 10th, and she is at the middle mark of her round. Anyone's guess who will take home the title? This is about as wide open as we've seen it in quite some time. And 4 of those top 6, not even at the turn yet. Lee So-young, Chan Ye-sung, Sonia Bean, and Ha-Min Sung, now 1 over for the day. To the second page, now 1 back, Kim Reem, leading the charge, though she is at the most advanced hole in her round. Several players at 5 under, several players at 4 under.
실례하겠습니다. 멈춰주세요.
Sixth longest off the tee this week. 79.4% fairways in regulation. Swung herself out of her shoes a little bit, and she's going to find the rough to the left of the fairway. Song playing driver, final hole of her front nine. Amongst her round of 7 under par yesterday, she was a little bit longer than her season average of 249 yards off the tee. Also missed just 2 fairways in regulation, a marked improvement from her opening round where she was 9 of 14. Well, we know in a moment Jian So will be putting to get to 7 under and outright possession of the lead. That is the same case for Lee So-young, though she does have to get up the hill. About 1.5 meters beyond the cup. And as soon as that approach started to roll back down towards the front, I think she was reasonably expecting a 2-putt par. Over to 10, Lee So-mi. 6.5 meter putt for birdie. She gets it there. Bounce back after a bogey at 9. 3 birdies on the round through 10 holes, and she now moves up to 5 under par. We'll look across the beautiful terrain of this Jim Fazio design course. One of around 50 he has designed, including Trump International in West Palm Beach, Florida, that he designed with his son, Jim Fazio Jr. Quick break in the action. Back momentarily here in this 3rd and final round of the 10th E1 Charity Open. Well, here we go then. Jian So. A short putt for birdie as she attempts to get back to 7 under par. And it's there. A jump for joy from her caddy. That is 3 birdies in the first 10 holes. The one bogey coming at number 7. And the defending champion back on top, where she finished the day in round 1. Now on 9, we take in Lee So-young's second putt. Final hole before the turn. A little right to left, and she knew it was down. That's a reaction of relief. Glances over, she could hear the roar of the made putt from Ji Hyun-sol just after she made hers. 87 meters for Kimi Ji on the par 5. Still slowly meandering to the back right side of the green. Slightly back uphill. That will be the putt. Coming up in moments. Meanwhile, 113 meters out, it's 9-iron for Son Yeo-bin. Well, it looked promising until it also rolled too far to the right, and down the slope it would go to join her group mate. .121 meters and pitching wedge. Song set up a 1.8 meters above the pin on its way down. She gets it to the back where she needs it to be. And a nice little tail back towards the center. And she will be optimistic that she can make up for those 2 consecutive holes where she went over par. So with Ji Hyun-sol's birdie, Song could be joining her at 7 under momentarily. It's a 67 in the final round last year, on the way to a combined tournament score of 18 under. That is the second lowest score in this tournament's history, only bested back in 2016 by Paesanu, where she went 62, 10 under par in the opening round that year. Didn't have to do a whole lot more heavy lifting from there, but she found a 68 in the second round, 66 in the third, would finish the 196 strokes and the title. A chapter in what is nearly the 10-year history of this E1 Charity Open. Ji Hyun-sol could become the first repeat champion. A long way back across. From the back right edge towards the center. Short by about half of a meter. KLPGA at 11. Also a lengthy look at bird. Started it right, but not enough. The weight would have been likely a little bit short as well. This will be a 2-putt par for her. Will be next. 342-meter par 12. A lot riding on this birdie putt after a couple of holes to forget for Hamin Song. She was the leader at the end of yesterday at 7 under. She is unable to get it back to that score here. Kept too much to the inside. Goes 270 degrees around the cup and will not fall. So it is a 37 at the turn. Chanye Sung playing her second at number 10. Bounces twice beyond the cup. And we'll finish about 5 meters north of the target. 4 feet out and down into the bottom of the cup from Son Ye-bin. .36, an even par, opening 9 of her final round. And our look at number 10. 346 meters from the tee to the green. The first set of sand just right at the narrowing of the fairway. 2 pot bunkers over the wider, longer trap initially to the left, and then we have 3 more sand hazards on the way down to the pin. And the pin placement today, just off the front edge of the green, 9 yards from the left side. Ideally, you want to aim toward those 2 sand traps to the right side that you'll just be able to see from the tee. Keep it in the narrows. Really tricky approach shot as well, with the little descent just before the green and then the descent away from the putting surface off the back. Nicely away. For the next tee shot, we'll fast forward to the 11th. The third from our leader. Well, starts on its way back. A little bit too much club that time from Jian Sol. Healthy divot as well as she Comes to rest about 8 meters closer to the back from the flag. Backspin takes it no further than a couple of feet away. That's a nice up and a relatively straightforward down will be next. Isomi up 2 positions from where she started the day. Currently in a tie for 8th at 5 under par. This was a tremendous stretch for her yesterday. Birdies 10 through 13, and she attacks this 11th with gusto again. The MBN Golf Ladies Open presented by Bogner that Ha-Min Sung won back in 2015. Last season, 1 runner-up finish. Also, ironically, at this tournament, the 9th D1 Charity Open. Slightly off to the left and missing the fairway off the tee. Par here yesterday in round number 2. Same score the opening round on Friday. And cutting it right over top of the sand and into the very end of the left side of the fairway from Sonia Bean. Has herself aligned just off of her left big toe. It's one of the more advanced stances in terms of ball placement with driver. Solid contact and takes her all the way down to the fairway. She's been driving exceptionally well as well. 253 yards, that's up by 7.5 from her season average yesterday. Only missed 2 fairways in regulation. Was putting better compared to the season average as well. Well, starts back a little bit too early. So now 10 straight holes with a par. Chun Ye-sung teed off at the same time as Park Young-young, just on the opposite course. Now 7.7 meters, taking herself a little bit too far outside of high probability to make, though we've learned never to doubt Jihan Sol at this tournament. It's a good effort. Stayed a lot more true than she was banking on. Not a whole lot of movement at all. Just inside 90 meters for Kimi G. It's about 87 meters closer now. It's a very nice approach, and birdie certainly seems likely with this short putt. Mattesson looking for one of her own at the 11th. Little right to left, and makes no mistake with that. She is the top performing rookie this weekend. Gets a little bit more breathing room between her and EA1, who has been the top rookie through 7 events this season. Now a par save for Chian Sol. Off the stick and in. Okay, indeed. Back-to-back birdies now. The second time she has accomplished that feat on the day. She moves herself to 6 under. Coming up left of the fairway off the tee. Min Sung hoping for a little bit of luck, and she'd get the kick. She is all the way at the back left of the green. Struck that a little bit too pure that time. And 97 meters from the fairway for Sonia Bean. 40 meters per second off the face of the wedge. She is also at the left border, though much closer in terms of depth. Well, the list of those at 6 under par continues to grow, increasing all the way from 2 until 8. And everyone trying to track down Chihan Sol, who is 2 under through 11. Well, the first of what will likely be 2 putts for Hamin Song at 10. She's 18.5 meters from the back left edge. Putting downhill towards the front, and will leave herself with about 1.5 to 2 as she'll try and secure a par. That's a nice birdie at number 12. Kim Woo-jung. Her first since the 6th hole. She is now up to 5 under par. Just off to the outside of the cup. Tap in par, also standing pat at 6 under. Kimi G, this is a look at birdie at 12. Oh, could see the late break. Came across the face of the cup from left to right and stayed out. 7 under is proving to be an elusive mark to get to. Now, there may be not anyone inside the top 30 who needs a par in this moment more than Hamin Song. That'll be a relief. Won't be the score she was looking for. That putter has cost her some fits the past 45 minutes or so, so it will be a weight off of her shoulders having watched that one drop. Chanye Song at 11, her approach. She gets up, but will she stay up? No, too much backspin. Takes her right back down the step. You can see her groupmate had a similar fate. The miss is definitely long here at 11. %, greens in regulation thus far for Jian Sol. Up she goes with the wedge. And she is going to have enough to stay up. The unfortunate bit is that there is also a bit of a slope down to the right, which is what she's found, though distance-wise, not as troubling as perhaps it could have been. So it would be a long-range putt for birdie at 12 last year here in the final round. She had a 4-hole run of consecutive pars, only 1 bogey in the day in her championship winning round. That would come at the second, but then 3, 6, 7, 9, 14, and 15. She could duplicate that this year. She'd have another good shot at defending her championship. Runner-up at last year's 7th Kyochun Honey Ladies Open. Her best mark aside from the victory that year. And the 9th E1 was her second of 2 titles in her career, the only other one coming at the ADT Caps Championship in 2017. Might she have a third in her career We won't have to wait much longer than a couple of hours to find out. Well, 9 previous winners. Perhaps that number won't change if Ji Han-sol can hang on to win the 10th playing of this E1 Charity Open. Back in 2015, Lee Jung-min on the way to a final round of 65 to win the title. Yoo Hae-ran was close just a couple of years ago and was playing exceptional golf on the way in. Ji Han-sol, of course, the defending champion.
저는 도전하는 그 자체에 100점 만점을 주고 싶습니다.
It's a tournament that has seen more than its fair share of history and fantastic play, and we have been treated to 2.5 rounds thus far, with the final 90 minutes set up to be a thrilling race to the finish. The 8th event of 34 scheduled on the season in 2022. We'll head to Bears Best in Jeongna next week for the Lotte Open. Ji Han-sol will be riding some incredible form, especially if she can get over the hump here. She'll have plenty of challengers. She'll become the 8th different winner this season. Left quite a bit off of that attempt at birdie. She also falls victim to the significant uphill climb, as is the case here on 11. Almost the same amount of backswing as if she was chipping this up. And for Chun Ye-sung, it is a good effort that will leave her with less than a meter between her and a par. Seven holes to play. Margin remains 1 for her. Well, all 3 members of this group playing the par 5 11th are into the fairway. This was as close as we got to the fringe, and it is Ha-min Song's second. Beautifully struck ball. It's going to roll all the way to the bitter end of the fairway. Fairway wood for Son Ye-bin. A little bit of an awkward swing, and she knew there was some trouble. She won't quite reach the sand, though she is definitely in a thick cut of rough to the left side of the fairway. And Ji Han-sol has her par. She's had one of the loudest groups of support all weekend long. And as she gets closer and closer every hole to the very end, you can imagine that noise will only increase. Well, from the fairway and right on up, and that is best case scenario at the green here. Well, a first look at Eagle on the day, and Amy Jung, who has toiled in some mediocrity, unfortunately, especially after round number 1, would have had a incredible hole that hasn't been matched yet today. Comes up just shy of her eagle, but moves up to 5 under, as in within 2. Chanana had an eagle at the par 4 13th earlier in the day. Kang Irene, who was at even, had an eagle at number 1. The third and final 2 on a par 4. And this day belongs to Jungsul Gi. Same hole that Chanana had hers. The way the scores are coming in, we could be in for a rather large playoff. As we head out to the rough beneath the sand, Sonia Bean. Over the bunkers she goes. Plenty of pitch on this. It kicks off the fringe and will not stay in the back third. Chong Ye-sung dealing with the crowd, listening and watching to the near eagle. Unfazed by the noise, and gets herself up within birdie range. Well, Yue Ran is going to see that significant 803-point lead shrink considerably after not participating this week. EA1, who is still inside the top 20, will take a good chunk out of that. Peng Min-ji sitting in third leading into this week. And Park Ji-young, Lee Ga-young, Chi Han-sul, Lee So-mi, Cho Ayan, Park Yeol, and Chon Ye-sung round out the top 10. Another look at eagle, this time at 13. Not quite as close as Imi Jung's, but close enough that birdie should not be an issue. Song from the back of the green. Sharp move to the left as it got closer and closer to the cup, and looks like it will be another 2-putt scenario here. Kimi G looking for birdie at the par 4. Delicate touch with not quite enough pace to reach. Back to 11 in our featured group. So Yeon Jung setting up for a right to left. Carried too much pace back down, too far to the inside. Gimme G, that was a putt for eagle. Now a short look at birdie. Should be 3 of those from this group. 5 birdies now on the day. It is her first since the 5th hole. And Sonia Bain has wasted a par opportunity as well. Doesn't even want to line up the bogey. She taps in. Shoulder sagging a little bit as she finds herself now down by 2 strokes. Song, after some misadventures into the rough, will be escaping with the par. We go to 13, the par 4, Jiansel teeing off. Well, now you're seeing why there have been so many low scores here. She drives the green, and she's not the only one in the group to do so. Rolls right on and carried itself all the way off the back. Yuhei Ran leading the points and money standings on 216 and 326 million respectively. EA1, the top rookie on tour after finishing 5th on the Dream Tour last season. The rest of the top 5 include looking at 2021, Park Ji-young, Pang Min-ji, EA1, and Cho Ayeon in the points. Yue Ran leading Park Ji-young, Lee Ga-young, Pang Min-ji, and EA1 in the money, and the top 5 rookies, EA1, Mata Som, Kwan So-yeon, Yoon Na, and Park Dan-yu. It's down to the final 2 holes for Kim Ae-rim. A perfect round without any bogeys and 5 birdies to find herself 1 back. Trying to get to the low score at the moment of 7 under par on her way into the clubhouse. Here's her tee shot of the par 3. Bounces over the arrival point at the green, and you can see just how much undulation there is on that green. Now 12, Chun Ye-sung for birdie. It's there. An incredible whack keeps it on line, and it is her first birdie of the day. And that's how strong she had been in the lead up to this final round. She had been even, finally gets 1 birdie, and just like that, she is in the share of the lead. Consecutive rounds of 69 the first 2 days. Sung was even after 18 holes and then went 7 under yesterday. Looks like a significantly better drive this time. And the pictures match the sound. Sonia being 231 meters on average off the tee. Pretty accurate as well. Another lovely drive. Using just about all available real estate in this fairway, right down to the very end. Well, now two names at the top. This 10th E1 Charity Open. Chen Ye-sung joining Chien Sol as the pole sitters. Starting to turn up the heat and knock down hole by hole on the race for the title. And a check for 144 million won out of the 800 million won purse this week. We had previously shown you the Elifazi's point standings, a little bit more detail on it and who was making the moves, who was stumbling a little bit. EA1 up 3 spots, Peng Min-ji up 1, Chen Ye-sung up 2 spots, Park Yeol, Lee Ga-young, and Park Ji-young all dropping this week. After driving the entire depth of this green, this is Chien Sol's look at eagle. Flopped back up to try and set up a birdie. Take her to 8 under par for the first time. On its way straight down and at the cup, keeping herself mostly away from the various mounds on this putting surface. It is just shy. Kimi G, so she will not be able to, Kimi Rim, excuse me, who will not be able to find her 6th birdie of the day. Severely miss hit off the tee. Faded into the sand to the right side of the bunker. That will cause a tricky second shot. Now our co-leader teeing off at the par 4 13th. Also reaching for driver. That much of the rough might actually keep her putting. That's certainly not how she had planned to play this, I'm sure, but the end result, probably as good as she could have hoped for. Despite the pleas for that ball to sit, it does carry To the back left. Be an uphill putt next for Ha-Min Song. So Kim Reem with 1 hole to play. Still 1 back of that 7 under mark. Oh, it's perfect on the approach. Ball drops from the sky and bounces up the hill and is perched up nicely. She's been needing to rediscover a little bit of that magic. Perhaps something to build some momentum off of. Somi for birdie at 13. For a share of the lead. A little right to left. Pace will be the key here. And she's got it. That is now 3 players at 7 under. The 3rd birdie in the first 4 holes of her back 9. The 3-way tie at the top might be short-lived if Chi Han-sol can finally see 8 under. She's there with all the confidence in the world. That is now 4 birdies on the day, and the defending champ, hole by hole, closer to defending her crown here. All out of the sand and still reeling a little bit from that missed tee shot. Kim Reem also found a pot bunker of her own, but she is just beyond it in the fairway, 105 meters out as she plays her approach at 18. Well, more trouble when she fails to find the green in 2 strokes. From the back of number 12, Ha-Min Song for birdie. Hasn't been able to buy one since the first half an hour of her round. From the double bogey and the bogey to the near misses for birdie. It's been a frustrating 3rd round, but she's still in it. Still has 6 holes to play as well. The 3rd at 14 from Kim Ji out of the sand and into the rough. Just has enough velocity to drag it through the rough and the fringe. Leave herself with about a meter for bogey. Sonia Bean trying to get to 6 under. Rolls over top of the inside edge and stays out. Another par for her. Now she needs this to save par, and she looks like she's inside again. Just a lapse in concentration. And from one back of the lead to consecutive bogeys while the rest of the field starts to pull ahead. And speaking of bogeys, you can see the fist pump as she's relieved to mitigate some of the damage. Now 2 over for the round, her 3rd bogey, her first since going back-to-back at 7 and 8.
핀보다 약간만 좌측으로 가.
From the extreme right of the tee blocks, So-Yeon Jung is getting ready. It'll be driver. She too uses the rough in an attempt to slow down some of the pace. Roll to the back, jump right back on. Doesn't have a whole lot more movement closer to the pin than that, so she'll have a long look at eagle and 2 putts for birdie. Bit of a different swing than we're used to seeing from Hamin Song as she tried to reach for a little bit extra distance, and it nearly cost her a trip to the beach. Will stay just up on the fairway above the hole. She'll chip on down. With the exception of 3 shots near the sand, 1 on the cart path, and 1 out to the trees on the right, nearly everybody has found at least that final cut of rough before the green here, playing very short. Oh, he's so me. Birdie in round 1, par in round 2. This first of 2 par 3s on the back 9. Lands with a thud, just a couple of inches away from the flagstick. Giving herself a really good look at what would be her 7th birdie of the day. If not for the bogeys at 4 and 9, she would be the leader. That'll be 7-iron for Chan Sol. Finds herself around the center and will roll down a little bit, but that's, if it stays there, it'll be okay. But it's picking up some momentum and gravity is working against her. Kim Ae-rim avoids the water, but needs to blast this out of the sand. It's going to be an interesting launch angle. Well, I'll substitute interesting for exquisite. That's a great out. Steps up in a pressure-packed moment. Her final hole of the round. Trying to finish with a tournament score of 6 under. Leading the group of those two back of Jihan Sol, Lee So-mi and Chung Ye-sung tied at 7 under and 1 back. So we are nearly at the midpoint of our coverage of the third and final round of the 10th E1 Charity Open. We'll be back right after this. Okay, Reem looking for par to secure her score of 6 under. It's a great round. Not a single bogey. Out with a 33, in with a 34. That is a 67, and will likely end up being a top 10 finish. Big recovery in this third and final round. She won't have enough to catch Chien Sol, who has this to go 3 clear of Kim Reem. 2 clear of her closest challengers. Needs to start back towards the right. Gets inside the shadow of the flag, but just comes up short, so it should be a par to stay at 8 under. Kimi G into the hill to the right side of the green. She'll be set up and chipping down. And the first of a few eagle tries. This is Chanye Song. Would take her to 9 under if she can bury it. Really put the pressure on Chien Sol. Just missing to the outside right, but she nearly had it there. So a tap in birdie. Once again in a co-share of the lead. After going 11 holes without a birdie, she now has back-to-back. Needs to bend right. There's no left to right movement on this one at all. Stays straight for me, so me. It's a disappointing miss. Stands firm at 7 under. 4 to play. Also on 13 this for birdie for So Young. Starting to put together some momentum. Keeping herself in the hunt right to the very end. All the effort down from the rough to the right side of the green, just a bit short from Kimi G. Well, also from the rise to the right of the pin, it's almost pin high for Min Song. Drives it laterally into that slope. And lets gravity do the heavy lifting. A short tap in for par. Once again, off the flag sticking in for Chien Sol. She's enjoying her golf. She's enjoying the support. Has 4 more holes to try and keep the rest of the field away. It is a birdie for Ha-Min Sung. Would have been quite the eagle if she could get down from the rough after her first. Still making up some ground. And now Kim Min-ji trying to save par at the 15th. Too much muscle behind that one. Misses the stick. Goes over what was the left edge. And drops down to 5 under, starting to slip away from the chasing pack. We'll just hang on to the edge of the fairway off the tee from Jian-Sol. A lot of the putting surface with a thud and rolling all the way off the back. What new entries might we see into the Alfazi's Point next week? Top 8 always seems to get itself shaken up, though Yuhei Ran has had a suffocating hole in the lead on that through 7 events. Enough of a cushion that missing out this week won't do much to knock her down too many spots, if any. Number 6 on the back 9, hole number 15, a 352-meter par 4. With water off to the right to go along with the sand hazards. One very long first bunker. And it is a nasty one that you do not want to find yourself in, considering how much of a drop-off there is the edge around. Also, a fairway bunker to the left, one off to the right as well at the narrows. 3 more traps before the green, and then a grass bunker at the back left as well. Widens out to the left, and really that narrow shouldn't be all that far in play. Want to attack the left side's probably your safest play off the tee. And then the pin placement today, just 12 yards off of the back of this 47-yard deep green. Pretty much in the middle. It's 152 meters out for Jian-Sol. It's a low lofted iron play, and it does get all the way to the back. At some point, you think at least one of the final holes in her round, she's going to need one more birdie, especially with the charging Chun Ye-sung. Is Meta Som, regardless of where she finishes, how much closer she can get. She'll be elated with this performance. Continues to find her feet as a rookie on the LPGA Tour of Korea. This is 6-iron for her second shot. Oh, great control. It's about 6 meters short and right of the pin. Birdie very much on the table. Isomie just off to the left. Working back towards the pin. And it's still rolling after missing to the left. It's not going to be as simple. Putt back on down for Chanye Song next. Kim Arim is in with a 67-2 back of the lead. Isomie and Jian Sol playing in the same group. Only one shot separates them. Chanye Song and Hamin Song together in the group that teed off as the last to play through the first tee. 10:45 this morning from the first tee. Group number 23. Needs this to save par. Otherwise, she really loses the momentum, the heat she was putting on Jihan Sol. Look at this, it's in. Saving her birdies for the end of the round. What better time? Now back to 15 with Isomie. Playing towards the center of the green and coming in nice and close, but just short. We'll cut across the left side of the fairway. Look out, that might be headed for the cart path. Could have caused some trouble, but she will stay safely in the rough. Advancing down to the extreme back left of the fairway. Sat up nicely. Now Jian Sol for birdie. Starting left, does it have the pace? Does it have the pace? Millimeters away from another birdie. The race is very quickly coming down to just 2 players, unless there's some late round magic. Looks up at the end, the belief for a moment. Amata Som for birdie as well from the other side of the pin. Starting back on line, she too comes a couple of centimeters back. Wouldn't have been the birdie that Isomi was hoping for, but keeping herself hanging around. Hamin Song. Well, it's middle left, slightly beyond pin high. Now the co-leader. Still so young in your career, 21 years of age. A top 10 finish in the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship, her best mark of the year. The only other top 10 was at the 44th KLPGA Championship. It's down to the final few holes. Every birdie and every mistake magnified. Here's a look at the final par 5 of the tournament. 504 meters. It is the longest hole on the golf course, eclipsing the 3rd hole by just 1 meter. First hazard off the tee, the sand traps to the left of the narrow. Over the cart path into the very wide fairway. Count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits of sand skirting the right side of the fairway, and then as you attack the green, another trap to the left in behind the tall tree. And the pin location today, extreme left, right where it starts to come in to the left side, widens up, narrows down, and that is exactly where the team will be attacking. The final few groups to come through. Only 14 birdies here on the day, an average of 4.875 strokes for each and every player to come through this hole. Launched off the tee. Isomi does well with driver again.
장애 물 없어? 왼쪽으로 봐. 왼쪽으로 넘기면 돼. 실례하겠습니다.
Now Chian-Sol. Nice kick, and will work its way down to the middle right. Leaves Mantassom, who is already the 12th longest driver this season. A young woman with all kinds of power. Three good tee shots into the fairway. Then further down on 16. It's 80 meters out. Chung Yoon-ji was pin high before some backspin, but a nice look. It'll be a tricky birdie putt despite it being relatively close. She's going to go down and then left to right. Well, even one-upping that from the rough. That's a great out. It's a hybrid out of the rough. Chun Yu-sung. Oh, and that is a massive carom. Carried a lot of speed as it landed on the green and bounced back into the shadow of the trees at the back. Well, making easy work of this par 5 so far. Fairway wood blasting it down from fairway to fairway for Cheon Sol. Immediately beside our microphone in the rough from Mantassom, but as we saw just mere moments ago, that is not a necessarily prohibitive location to be. Can still get down onto the fairway nice and close. Iso Mi, speaking of fairway, faded at 56 meters per second off the face of the wood and will kick out and take off the remaining meters in this fairway all the way to the very edge. That'll set up a very nice approach position. And this was the example. Kim Hee-ji out of the rough and has this for birdie. I don't know if I'd say straight as an arrow, but it will be straight, and it's straight in. Two birdies with two bogeys in between, and you can see the relief on her face. Climbing the leaderboard once again instead of falling down it. Ha-Min Song, we haven't seen her really anywhere near challenging for the lead. She's still at even for the day and will remain as she misses this birdie putt. No one in the top 13 except for So-Yeon Jung have had quite the same struggles today in the final round. Chung Yoon-ji for birdie as well. A little right to left, but not much. Also straight at it. She'll collect the birdie as well. It's now 13 pars and 3 birdies on the day. There are 3 players, one back of the lead at the moment. Ha-Min Song is hoping to stay there. Needs this par to avoid dropping back down to 6 under. Through 14, one back. Well, we find our co-leader in amongst the trees. It's 22 meters over the pin as she flops back down. That's more like it. That's more like it. Not only does she get herself out of trouble, she holds out. The shot of the day, especially considering the weight of this moment. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes, and that par at 14 was an impressive putt to save it. Unreal. Let's get another look. Watch her reaction the whole way through. She follows it with her eyes. She knows she struck it well. How well? That well. Almost loses her wedge in the process as she comes to celebrate with the caddy. Sticks it off the pin. And an incredible ovation. Having won the Ever College and Queen's Crown in 2021, she is looking for just the 2nd win in her career. It's tied for 9th of the 2020 KLPGA Championship. Other than that, just 3 other top 10s in her career. And she is challenging the defending champion right to the end. Don't think Jihan sold enough club there, especially with the backspin. It's inside of 100 meters from Atasom. Looks a bit right. Landed to the right of the pin and is perhaps saved a little bit by the cable at the back of the green connecting our microphones, but in the end she's off at the back regardless. Glances the wind as she walks towards the putting surface, wondering if that had much of an effect. There was definitely a tailwind, no doubt about that. Now Isomi on the very edge of the fairway. A high lofted club, averaging 6.4 meters after these approach shots. .76 between her and the pin. This final par 5. None of the 3 really finding a tremendous amount of success here. That is still on the green, but to where it widens out left. On to 17. Fourth best greens in regulation is ENG. Well, down to the middle. It's about pin high, a little downhill birdie putt with her next shot. For the first time today, there is a name atop the leaderboard that is not Ha-Min Sung or Jihan Sol, and that is the woman in search of the second win of her career, Jeonye Sung, with a remarkable hole out from off the back of the green at 15. She leads this tournament by 1 stroke at 9 under par. Well, we're getting close to closing time. The leaderboard down to just 2 names. Will it be the defending champion or the 21-year-old with just the 2nd win in her career, the first of the season? Either way, it looks like we will be having an 8th winner in the 2022 season. Here's the tee shot at the par 5 16th for Chen Ye-sung. You can't say she's been anything but consistent this week. As it stands, she would be in line for her 3rd consecutive round of 3 under par. Through the first 36 holes, she had 4 bogeys, 2 per round. She certainly cannot have that same pattern down the stretch here if she wants to hang on. Here's Mata Som from the back of the 16th green. Runs it up and will go slightly beyond the pin. Still just 1 under for the day. 69 in round 1, 70 yesterday, and now in line for a 71 unless she can find a birdie in one of the final 2 holes. It'll be 8 iron for Hamin Song, 119 meters from the fairway at 15. Well, gets it to come to rest just a meter after where it landed. So she has that mid-length putt for birdie. Chan Sol. This will be pretty close to 10 meters as she looks for birdie to grab a share of the lead once again. Starting it to the left from our vantage point of the cup. Starting to straighten out. Is it there? The weight was. Didn't start it far enough away. So she'll settle for par. We'll be headed to the par 3 17th. Unless Chen Ye-sung has a bogey in her final 3 holes, Chan Sol will need at least 1 more bird. Well, the 17th, which is where Chan Sol is headed, is where we find Kimi G putting back towards the center of the green. Gets it up the hill, starting back down, and will be inside of a meter short and right. Now, Lee So-mi, you can't quite counter out of it yet. This is not the ideal angle. With the fringe very much in play, she'll skirt it as she tries to get it up and back to the left. Well, she had a really good angle in the end. The curve that ball took on its way to the cup, just slightly away. So a tap in par, still 2 back with just 2 holes to play. You can see her look to the sky, knowing that maybe it's too far out of reach now. Chung Ji for birdie to move within 1 before walking over to the 18th tee. Speed not quite there. Mata Som, it is her 5th consecutive par. Over to the par 3 she goes at 6 under. Well, starting back, swooping to the left and in. That is a big-time putt to keep herself in the race. 2 birdies in the last 3 holes, and with 3 to play, the leader after round number 2 has a fighting chance once again. .283 meters from the fairway for our leader. The fairway wood in hand. She'll roll through the end of the fairway and into the rough. Another great rip off the tee. Dead center in the fairway. Tied for 23rd on the par 3s this weekend. It is 6 iron for Isomi. All the way to the back bumper at the fringe. Well, conversely, for Chian-So, excuse me, compared to Isomi, she has been in the top 5 par 3s this weekend. Been close attacking the flags on the par 3. She goes to the right side of the green. Be mostly pin high and an uphill putt for birdie, though not quite as close as she would have been hoping for. On the last to tee off towards the island green, the penultimate group, and it's the best tee shot of the 3. Matasome will have a good look at birdie. And the sea of patrons who are following every step of the group hosting the defending champion make their way down. I think the eagle really could have turned the fortunes for Imi Jung. Just a few holes ago, she'd settled for birdie, and on the 18th and final hole, she's looking for one last stroke to the good. It picks up its speed, but it's going to miss slightly to the right. So she'll end the tournament with a par. A 71 on the day with 3 birdies and 2 bogeys and a final tournament score of 4 under for Imi Jung.
앞쪽에 멈춰주세요.
The approach from just off the left side of the fairway as the wind has settled. It's going to carry a bit more than what would be desirable. Can't say she was playing conservative here. She went at the pin again. Rolls down once again towards the back, though this time on the green. That opens the door a little bit wider for Chi Hyun-Sol if she can find a birdie at 17. We'll head there in a moment, but first to 18. It's 101 meters out from the fairway for Kim Hee-ji. Well, in terms of where you want to play to the pin today, that's pretty much the template. I'll take it back. That's probably the perfect way to attack it. 2 consecutive incredible shots from Kim Hee-ji and Chung Yin-ji. The two share a smile on their walk down to the green. Well, a good effort back towards the pin. It is, however, just shy. Well, it'll be quite the birdie. But for someone looking for the title, it's certainly in the cards. 6 centimeters shy to the left for Chi Hyun-Sol. So it is par. And on to the 54th hole of her tournament. She needs a birdie, or she needs the young challenger to bogey. That close. Just rolls through the fairway and into the rough, but nice and close for Ha-Min Sung. Matesson for birdie. Rode the wave to the left and never came back down. So she'll keep that 6 under mark heading to the 18th. Well, it'd be a rather improbable birdie. But she has made these long distance putts over and over again. Starting it right. Not quite enough pace there. And what would normally be your run-of-the-mill average par putt takes on a whole lot more gravity here. And so me will be the first to tee off at 18. A bogey here in round one. Par yesterday. Only 9 of 13 fairways in regulation today. She hasn't had quite the same level of consistency with driver. It seems a far better effort. Comfortably in the fairway. Birdie, birdie each day. Ji Sol needs that to continue. Saves one of her best drives of the day for what could be her final, unless we're headed for a playoff. Well, 3 for 3 from the penultimate group into the fairway. Matasom, the one widest to the right. Will still be a good look down. Well, she's making it interesting to the very end. A birdie and a final score of 7 under par, having gone 3 under for the day, out with the 34 and in with the 35. .209 strokes for the entire tournament. ENG will be hoping to join her. This is a makeable birdie, and it would take her to 8 under. Yes. So 208's her best round of the tournament, and without a bogey. 4 birdies along the way, out with the 35, in with a 33 for a round of 68. And if Ji Sol pars, Jeon Sung has a bogey. She has a chance after all, though we have to remember Ha-Min Sung still has 3 holes to play. Cutting it right at the cup and in. So it'll be par. 2 holes to play and a slim 1-stroke lead. So Isomi, even if she can get her birdie at 18, she would be unable to reach the 9 under mark, so she's going to need a slip from the leader, who is showing no signs that that is anywhere near happening in the way she's been playing. 4 under is an incredible score from Jung Yoon-ji, who's the best of anyone on the top page of the leaderboard, but another consistent trio of 3 under. 520 420, excuse me. A look at the trophy that awaits the winner. About 40 minutes away from the greenside trophy presentations unless a playoff is required, which that possibility is seeming increasingly likely as we get closer and closer to the finish line. Haven't needed one yet this year.
85 자신 있게 때려버려. 날릴 수도 있어가지고 바람 많이 안 타니까.
A lovely approach down at the pin. The backspin will take it closer to the fringe from Matassom. The first in the group to arrive at the green. Jan Sol, a gorgeous view down onto the 18th green where the supporters are starting to gather. She's 3 meters above the hole, 87 meters back. Doesn't get a ton of loft on it, but it will stay sat up. She was hoping that it would run back down. Chun Ye-sung teeing off at 17. Had a birdie here in round one, par yesterday. She also heads to the back left, so quite some distance to make up. Ace of me, the final to approach in Group 19. Well, as that group makes their way down to 18, let's head back to 16 with Hamin Song. It's 67 meters back from the rough. Well, she's making a beeline for the cup. Carried too much speed to stay close. She's going to roll right to the back. A birdie from that position would take her level with Chun Ye-sung, who doesn't look like she will be able to find a birdie at 17 with a rather long and left tee shot. Really anyone at 7 under or better has a shot here if they get the right collection, but as it has been for a while, it seems like Chien Sol and Chun Ye-sung going head to head with maybe some late magic from Hamin Song. We'll have to wait and see. A break and back out to course here at South Springs Country Club in the 10th E1 Charity Open. We'll rejoin the action at 18. Isomi chipping down from the rough. Will come up shy. So it looks like she'll be destined for a 7-under finish. Jenny Song. Pretty much as far left as she can get on this 17th green. She's outside of 16 meters, and this is picking up a ton of speed on the way down. And it continues to roll, so that is going to be a rather nerve-wracking putt for par. About a 6-footer to try and avoid falling back down to 8 under. 8 under, also a refined Hamin Song. Birdie here takes her into a share of the lead. Does it have enough speed? No, it does not. So quick reset. She will be trying to secure a par. And we'll be off to the Allen Green 17th next. Amata Som to finish in a tie for 5th at 7 under par. Misread the line. Tap and par keeps her at 6 under. 210 combined tournament score. Just a 1 birdie on the back 9 coming at the 11th. Tie for 8th with just a few more groups to finish. Song has her par, excuse me. To 17, she will go next, a hole she birdied yesterday in round number 2. Well, this is where the pressure gets ratcheted up. An uphill putt for par. She's not there, it's left. It is her first bogey of the day. It's her first bogey on this par 3 17th. She has been playing the par 3 so well this weekend. That is slightly out of character for how she's played so far. So now it is 4 players at 8 under. Any one of these 4 could be our champion. She's had some big moments, Jan Sol, throughout the course of the weekend. Unless Hamin Song can have a double birdie finish, this putt would ensure that Chi Hyun-Sil at least gets a shot at a playoff. These have tended to stay a little bit more straight. Just to the outside. Drops her head back skywards. Sunglasses fall off of her cap. She knew she was that close. So it'll be a tap and par for a round of 69. And it is advantage Hamin Song. And advantage Chonye Song. Isomi trying to save par here. Also for a round of 69. She gets her par. 4 spots from where she started the day. And a tie for 5th. A much better back 9. Taking every available second here. Shouldn't be more than a formality, but it could be the difference between playoff or bust. She misses, she's guaranteed not to win. For the 2nd consecutive year. She gets it to go. So 208 through 54 holes. 10 strokes more than what it took for her to win it all last season. So she will go sign her scorecard and anxiously await, try and keep herself loose in case playoff golf is required. And she will be ruining the missed birdie opportunity. And again, the 17th. The signature hole here at South Springs. Long bunker to the right. Over top of it is where we need to go today. The pin placement, 15 yards from the back, 30 yards off the front, and 12 yards from the right. Those patches of blue and yellow right in around the flag today. Showing you that the greenskeepers pushing for excellence down the stretch. Here's Ha-Min Song. One of her best tee shots of the day. Inside of 3 meters and a birdie to put her atop the field. When she sees where she ended up, she will be more than a little bit relieved. It's an incredible iron shot. Final hole in the penultimate group. Chun Ye Song, another confident drive. Oh, verging its way towards the water, will just hang up before the stake, marking the hazard area. So she's been 3 under every single round this tournament with 2 bogeys. She got her first bogey of the round at the last, and she came awfully close to some trouble. Nearing 4 o'clock local time in Ichun. Ha-Min Song is a couple minutes away from a good look at birdie to take her back to the top where she finished the day yesterday. The race for the 10th E1 Charity Open is in the closing stretches, and we'll be right back to South Springs in a moment. Well, it's come down to the final hole for Chun Sung. 208 meters from the tee blocks to the edge of the water. And with her proximity to the stake, she's going to have to take a direct line right at the green. It's not the ideal angle, though after nearly finding the splash zone, few things would be. She's going to nearly have her lead foot in the pond. As she tries to approach the green, set up a birdie, and take that elusive 9 under, which could be the score to win it all. It's an awkward stance. It's far from ideal. But we've seen her make an impressive recovery or two this round. This would be her best. Well, it sounds good, but it's short. It's in the sand. So unless she has another hole out, she will just be desperate to get it close and to stay in the group of 4. Ha-Min Sung, before we even reach the last, could take the lead here. I mean, par would likely be enough on the 54th hole. This is the effort for birdie for Ha-Min Sung. She's pulled it. The putter has been her undoing today. That is a massive opportunity. It's just gone by the wayside. And not only is she in the sand, she landed with a thud, and that ball is buried. Her caddy stands in the line to try and give her the marking point. This is going to take so much strength. You can see she's choked down nearly to the bottom of the grip. She digs in and has to get this close. All she can ask from here is she gives herself a look at par. The escape. It's a little bit further than she would have wanted, but after 2 consecutive mishits, first off the tee and then from the rough, she can still find par. 300 meters away on the tee blocks, Ha-Min Sung. A par on this 18th hole in both the first round and the second round. A birdie wins the tournament. Reaches back for a little bit extra here and is safely into the fairway. Steps forward positively. Well, Chun Sung's caddy still tends to the sand trap. That's how buried that ball was. And now the first of the putts. This would take Sojin to 4 under. runs out of speed, and even if it had it, it was going to be left. So a tap-in par. 3 over for the day. Not how things would have been envisioned when she woke up this morning. 3 over is the highest mark of anyone inside the top 40. Well, depending on what happens with Hemin Song, this putt could also propel He's so young into a playoff position. She tries to get to 3 under for the day and 8 under for the round. It's on line and it's in. And the supporters erupt. That is 3 birdies in the final 6 holes. Just 1 bogey on the day at 11. And Chien Sol is headed to the practice area to stay loose. Lowest round of the day belongs to Chen Yunji, who has been warming up for a while now, trying to stay loose. The flag goes back in. And the 21-year-old knows what rides on this. Par keeps her at 8 under. Bogey takes her out of contention. It's starting on line. It's, oh, just to the inside. That looked so good off the release. Well, the 2 bogeys prevail again in this round. Her final 2 holes when it seemed like it was her championship to lose. And the instant agony knowing that she'd pulled it. Consoled by her group mate on the way off. That one will sting for a while. And now the attention shifts back to the fairway. So Yeonjung first to approach, 88 meters out. Needs to be front right. Oh, an unfortunate carom off the hill and into the sand. Left wondering how that came to be. That's more like it. Much more like it. Son Ye-bin. Incredible approach. And that will set her up for a birdie that would take her back to even for the day. Finish in a tie for 8th. One of the most important shots of the entire tournament. It's 76 meters out from the fairway for Ha-Min Song, last year's runner-up. Well, she's on the green. It's a little bit deeper than what would be ideal. Getting a status update. Jiansel still shaking her head, I'm sure. Thinking about the putt that just missed. And it'll be a similar putt, albeit from a little further back for Ha-Min Song. One putt wins the title. 2 putts. And 4 players will be headed back out to the tee. Well, when we came on the air nearly 3 hours ago, I promised you an exciting finish. We had about 8 people in contention, just as everyone was nearing the turn of those contending for the title. It is not disappointed. Quick pause and back to the sand and to the 18th green here at South Springs. Well, for the second consecutive group, a shot from the front left sand trap, and it's a nice out. I'd go so far as to say it's a great out. And with the kick from the rough and into the sand, well, it wasn't quite as deep, and Jihan Sol on the putting green.
주목을 받고 있는 나이키 소속의 손예빈 선수입니다.
And the final group is announced on their arrival to the green.
보여주고 있는 선수들에게 큰 격려의 박수 다시 한번 부탁드립니다.
All the sprinklers have come on, so everyone runs to stay dry. Oh my goodness, so a little bit more of a delay as we wait to see if we're going to the playoff or not. You could hear them kick in, and seconds later, the water started to shoot out of the sprinklers. Well, that's certainly not what you wanted to have your concentration break, and it's going to make the green very slick on top of that. Well, somewhere at South Springs there is a course official running to the sprinkler system to try and shut it off. But an impromptu delay here at 18. I think that's what Ha-Min Song is saying too, is this is potentially catastrophic to her putt, and I'm sure the word is being sent up to the putting green, what's taking a little bit longer.
신기한데.
이거 말 나오겠다.
It's definitely a relaxed vibe up there, and they still haven't been able to turn them off. Well, you see this at the football matches more than you see it at the golf tournaments. And I think it'll be a little bit too late for our course photographer to snap a picture of this and get it included in the best images of the day. Elation, devastation, and smiles all around, as it always seems to be that mix in this sport, especially on this tour. We have an incredible cast of characters, as evidenced by that. That is a putt that was supposed to go in and somehow stayed out. Well, few people deserve as much commendation as Kime Arim today, a 67. She'd gone 2 over in round 2. 1 under seemed like she'd be too far back to really make a move. Chun-Ye Sung for a 20-minute spell at the top of the clock an hour ago. Seemed like the odds-on favorite. So the course officials, the tour officials as well, will be tending to the situation on 18. With that, we'll take a quick break, and once the sprinklers have been turned off and the green settled, the drama will pick back up as Ha-Min Sung has a putt to win. A wacky end to this tournament, but you never know what to expect on Championship Sunday. Back in a moment. All right, after that impromptu delay, we've got the situation sorted, and you know, feel for Ha-Min Sung, who was dialed in. She's had a few extra minutes to think about this putt. And after all that commotion, she has this to win the tournament. Ha-Min Sung. It's going to miss to the right. We're headed to a playoff. Well, you certainly feel some sympathy for her. It was always going to be a tough putt with all the pressure and then that unexpected blip. So there will be a four-way playoff after all. Well, this will take Sonia Bean to 6 under if it has it. It does. For a round filled with 4 bogeys. She's able to get in. Back to even where she started the day in a tie for 8th. So Yeonjung for par. Also for a tournament score of 210. Nice putt. Even par round. She started the day in a 4-way tie for 2nd. Min Song, a simple tap in, and then we'll be headed right back up to the tees. Well, she's confirmed her spot in the playoff. A near faultless back 9, and she will think back to that double bogey around 33% of the way through her round. And a few near misses with putter. So she will walk by the trophy and know all of a sudden that there are 4 more players to attempt it, and Chi Hensel is still in the running to defend her title. What a finish we had to the standard 54 holes in regulation. Min Song will go sign her scorecard, and then bonus golf, some free golf here at the U1 Charity Open in a tournament that's free for the patrons. Free admission, voluntary donation would get you in, with all of the proceeds raised from this event being used for welfare facilities for disabled and the support of promising golf players. Let's go through some of the round highlights from earlier while we wait for our 4 challengers to begin their playoff. That was back at the 2nd hole. It was a great start to the round, some momentum to be built early. And at the par 3 5th, darting left and falling and stopping within 2 meters. A nice bogey, or birdie, excuse me, at that moment for Chi Sol, her 2nd of the round, after having previously birdied the 3rd. Over to 6. was a great approach shot for Lee So-young, her first birdie of the day. And Ha-Min Song just getting enough carry to get onto the front lip, and down the hill it went. Just a couple of feet away. She'd have a tap-in birdie there as well. And we'll fast forward to 16. Great putt, a good read from Chung Yoon-ji. Go on to have a bogey-free 18. One of her 4 birdies on the day. Then at 15. An uphill putt that started right and came back just in time for Ha-Min Song. That stretch at 7 and 8, a double at 7, a bogey at 8. And she was slowly working her way back to where she was prior to that tough stretch to end the mountain course on 18. Birdies have proven to be tough to come by, but clearly Chung Yoon-ji did not get that memo. Out with a 35, in with a 33. She was the first to finish at 8 under. And this was a big time putt for Lee So-young. The moment that putt went in, she didn't know it would be taking her to a playoff. She had a few more fellow competitors to watch come through, but she did the work at the end where she needed to and has found herself in this playoff. So the carts will take them back up to the tee blocks, and we will do it all over again at 18. And it comes down to these 4. Chung Yoon-ji, Lee So-young, Ha-Min Song, and the reigning champion, Ji Han-sol. So everyone has reached the tees. And we'll establish the order now.
수업하는 순서. 먼저 스쿼는 순서로 들어갈게요. 네.
3번입니다. 7번입니다.
오빠 공
새 걸로 꺼내줘. 미안. 이제 끝나가지고.
Everyone showing this is what my ball looks. This is what my ball looks like. This is what my ball looks like. So when we get to the fairway, there's no confusion. It's rare we see a group of 4 play on the same hole. Kim So-yi and Lee So-mi have been in this position before. Back in 2019, the tournament that would end up being won by Lee So-young. Back in it again. Chung Yoon-ji tees off first, out to the center of the fairway. So there's a 50% chance we will have a 2-time winner of this event after all. Ji Han-sol teeing off next. Also into the fairway. Well, 2 for 2 thus far. 232 meters on average. It's been the fairways in regulation that have been a little bit tougher for Lee So-young. Again, she kind of lifts herself out of that swing. It's not going to cost her any this time. Apologies, it was 2020 that Lee So-young won it. In 2019, Ian Bean would go on to win in the playoff, despite shooting 73 in the final round. Now Ha-min Sung, last to tee off. That is absolutely crushed. Avoids the sand. It's the longest drive of the foursome. And everyone will load back in for the ride down to the fairway. Peng Min-ji, so far this year, the only player to successfully repeat, and she defended her title of the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship. Those who have hoisted the gorgeous trophy on offer for the winner, and who needed to go through a playoff at this tournament to get there. And those three faces, those three names you just saw, the winners of 2016, 17, and 19. Their first win. Their KLPGA careers that came at this event. Bae Sun-woo in 2016. Lee Ji-hyun 2 at the time. Lee Myun-bin. So it was 200 meters off the tee. 105 still to be played. Likely an approach wedge for Jian-sol. Slightly off kilter stance with the ball sat a couple of feet above her toes. Looks like decent contact. Come back towards the front left. Won't be an easy birdie look, but it will be a shot. "10 meters closer is Lee So-young. Got a 65 in her opening round in 2020, the only time this tournament was a 4-round event. She went 65, 67, 70, and 69 to win it 2 years ago. Can she do it again? start on its way back. Still rolling closer and closer and making the probability of birdie increase with every centimeter it went back towards the pin. You can see her smiling, waving it, saying, "Come on back, ball, come on back." I'll tell you, that will be a much easier putt than the one she had to play about 30 minutes ago. ENG follows up with an even more accurate approach. Well, and those two were the only members of this four-person playoff to birdie 18. Last to approach, Hamin Song. It'll be almost exactly in the same vicinity as her last approach shot. And I'll tell you, the impromptu sprinklers made that green a whole lot softer and much more playable. As they make their way down, one more look at each of the approaches. We begin with Lee So-young. Incredible display of golf from those two, back to back. Then Chung Yin-ji, after watching the standard be set, undaunted, basically lands it pin high, curls it back in. Some divots to touch up while everyone will start to align for their birdie putts. Chien Sol is the furthest back of the four. Maybe we'll keep going hole by hole through this playoff until we are down to one. Reminder that next week we return to the 4-day tournaments. One of two in the month of June. The Lotte Open at Bears Best. Coverage begins on Thursday. Then June 10th to 12th, the Celtrian Queens Masters. June 16th to 19th. TB Group presents the 36th Korea Women's Open Golf Championship at Rainbow Hills. 1.2 billion won up for grabs. That would match the 44th KLPGA tournament for the top purse of the season. And then we end the month at Fortune Hills. The BC Card Hangyeong Ladies Cup 2022. Still trying to figure out who will be taking home the title of the 10th E1 Charity Open. There's a long putt for birdie to keep the dream of repeating alive. Here is the effort from Chien Sol. Hits it with pace to get it there. She holes out. The highest quality from the reigning champ. Unbelievable drama. That is an exceptional putt. It seemed like she would be the first one we'd lose. She had other plans. Well, it would be improbable but not impossible. The These next 3 putts failed to drop for birdie. The title is hers. The next highest degree of difficulty belongs to Ha-Min Sung, who came oh so close last time. Can she make up for it here? No. Two centimeters at the most to the left. It is a par, and her quest for the title comes up literal centimeters short. She thought it was there to the bitter, bitter end. Our leader after 36 holes. That is a massively disappointing way to bow out of the tournament. So then there were 3. And our odds of having a repeat champion just went up from 50% to 67%. Can she do it again? Lee So-young. It's got a chance. It's there again. Stepping up in the clutch. So she secures her place in the next playoff hole. And goes over to console Ha-Min Sung. The confidence, she knew that thing was in halfway through its path. The 2 most recent winners. Watch on in anticipation. Will Chun Yoon-ji be joining them? Yes. Fist bumps and hugs. Ha-Min Sung as she bows out, and back to the golf carts we go. We'll shot by shot. The approaches and the putts. Ji-Hyun Sol land left and spin back even further out. Lee So-young, the next approach, nice and close. A great approach. Inching back more and more by the second. Yoon-ji does one better. Ji-Hyun Sol, just when people might have had their doubts. Is she going to be able to hole out? And she did. Then heartbreak for Ha-Min Sung. That close. He's so young. She knew it was there. While it looked for a moment like it might have been pushed wide, Chun Yoon-ji would also make it count. So we'll do it again. That's the final score from the first playoff hole. Birdie, 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 and a par. Jian So looking for the third win of her career. It would be the 6th for So Young, and it could be a very, very special moment for this young woman. Be the first title in her career. She'll be the first to tee off back at 18. She came oh so close, finishing in a tie for second at the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship, having been bested by Peng Minji just 2 weeks ago. Jian So is next. With how well these three have been playing, we could be in for a handful more of these holes. Oh no, Jian So into the sand. A rare miscalculation. Also dangerously close to the sand. It just gets saved by the rough atop the slope. Oh, we have a pole sitter now. Solo cart now that there are just 3 challengers.
잘 들어가 있구만.
It was Hong Jung-min who won the Doosan match play last week. Right. Jung Yoon-ji got her first one of the season here. Jian So pacing herself from the back edge, comparing that with the yardage book. If she's able to birdie here again, then I think it would be nearly written in the stars at this point. It makes a really aggressive pin placement all the more difficult. She's 80 meters back. Can't leave anything off it or you're back in the sand and you're almost certainly
우리가 먼저
out
아니야?
of the hunt.
먼저 치고 전진해도 돼.
Catch it a little thin, send it long. That is also a near impossible birdie, so needs to be your best shot of the day. Chun Ying-ji first to approach. Can she improve upon her last iron shot down or wedge shot down? It's on the opposite side of the flag, but it's a similar distance. I think in a perfect world, she carries to the same spot so she knows what the line will do. But she's on in makeable birdie territory. So Young will defer a little bit further forward than Shi Hensel. What can she do to get out of the sand? Can she put herself in range? Of course she can. I said it needed to be her best shot of the day, and it might very well be just that. A little extra spin, otherwise it's a tap-in birdie. Lee So-young won't be playing out of the sand, but she's in the rough, but both of her feet are in the sand trap. Again, she has to really choke up. My word. 3 very worthy finalists. Doesn't quite have the carry that she would have hoped for, but she was right at the flag. Here are the 3 shots again from far and away the kindest lie. That's business as usual. This certainly not. And out from the sand to sit almost the exact same distance back from the cup. And then with her feet nearly in the sand, buried in the rough. That ball is almost level with her knees. Lee So-young makes the adjustment. And dare I say, almost makes it look easy. It's a bit more of a pull back towards the front edge than she would have liked, but if she was told that's what she could deal with, if she would have been promised that before her shot, I think she would have taken it, because it could have gone very, very wrong. This is a pretty good way to spend a Sunday. Camped out above the 18th hole. We've been treated to 2 playoff holes, and no one would be surprised if we'd need another. The first of the 3 birdie putts. The furthest back, So-young. This is a very fine line to try and navigate. It's going to come back down to the left. And too far to the left. Well, if one of the 2 remaining playoff participants birdies, she will bow out in the second playoff hole. Chien Sol ended up being closest to the cup after watching that tee shot find the sand is a remarkable feat of its own. Now Chung Yoon-ji. The right to left, left to right for us. Oh, 180 degrees around the cup and stays out. So we will either have a defending, successful title defense, or we will be going back up to the tees with the same three once again. Look at how much late movement there is on this ball. And even then, it catches the inside. It just would not go down. There was a 4-year hiatus for Chien Sol from her first career win, the ADT Caps Championship in 2017. Finally became champion again at this tournament last year. Now, as we celebrate the E1 Charity Open's 10th playing, Chien Sol can become the first repeat champion of this event. In the second playoff hole, one putt to win it all. She's pushed it. She knew right away. What a remarkable turn of events. Twice now at 18 when she had a chance to recapture the title. The putter lets her down. And he's so young, and Chung Yoon-ji look at each other. I think they're as surprised as anyone. Well, now she needs this par to be heading back up to the tee. She gets it in off the stick. So it's a washout in the second playoff hole. We're going to do it again for a third time with the same casts, loading back into the carts and heading back up to the tee. Shot for shot. Everyone's approach. Chung Yoon-ji from the fairway. Didn't quite carry enough. Chien Sol. Ball above her feet, playing out of the sand, and she'd get closer than them all. This deserves all the commendation in the world. With the ball basically in line with her knees and a very modified grip, she still gets it to the front third. She'd be the first to putt, and it would just drop off to the inside. So she'd tap in for her par. Chung Yoon-ji would be next, and she would be closer than anyone in the trio. So much late break. Goes 180 degrees around. And she stood up almost immediately. That was our sign. She still had some work to do to find her par. So back up we go. ENG will tee off first again. Once again, she's safely into the fairway. Now Jian Sol probably just thinking, let's maybe make sure we're to the right. Take a little bit more of a conservative line. Oh, much better done this time. And the last to tee off. Ripped again. Well, she's just gonna hang on. Used every available meter of width in the fairway. Everyone is safe. And the pressure will ratchet up once again. Well, it's going to be a clean slate, much like it was in the first playoff hole. Everyone playing from the fairway. No treacherous second cut lies, nothing from the sand this time. And even Lee So-young being a bit more further to the right, it will be almost a direct line down over top of the fairway. At this rate, we may need an eagle here at 18 to crown a champion with how tight these three are battling at the moment. Well, Mother Nature is certainly cooperating today with an incredible forecast. Humidity's settled down a little bit, but still 28 degrees, feeling like 30, mostly sunny skies. The wind's picked up the gusts at least by a few kilometers, though nothing like what we experienced in round one. This is what remains. 211 meters off the tee into the center of the fairway, leaves less than 100. It's 108 for Lee So-young. First of three approaches. on this third playoff hole. She's not going to have quite the spin back that she did at the last attempt. Taking her that little bit extra width. Probably put her slightly in between clubs. Definitely don't want to be short with how thick the rough is and the slopes coming into play. Straight shot down for Chan Sol. She's going to catch the rough and she's going to stay up there. That's what we mean. You do not want to be short. Well, this opens the door wide open. Chung Yoon-ji really couldn't have placed this drive much better if she just walked into the fairway and dropped the ball. She set herself up for this moment. She'll be the closest of the three. Interestingly, first playoff hole, she was on that same side of the flag but left. So she'll have one look at the line, then she was closer to the front edge where it had a whole lot more extra movement, especially at the end, and now she is back and right, so it's not the same putt. We'll never count Ji-Hen Sol out, but I think her best shot at winning this is if everyone needs two, and we have another round of pars.
네, 선수들이 그린에 입장하고 있습니다. 세 번째 연장전을 치르고 있는 선수들을 위해 힘찬 박수 부탁드립니다.
Ji-Hen Sol had teed off at the first hole in group number 19 at 10:25. One group after, Chung Yoon-ji went out at 10:15. Lee So-young would be in group 21, 10 minutes after Ji-Hen Sol. So it's been a long time that these three have been battling under the hot sun in Icheon. 6 hours and 37 minutes now. Chung Yoon-ji. Ji-Hen Sol putting from the fringe. It's starting its way back. Had the distance, just didn't quite have the line. So she taps in for par. And the advantage swings. Lee So-young, Chung Yoon-ji. It's the remarkable thing about these playoffs where you're always on the same hole. Shows you how many variables go into each and every swing. This will be the fourth time they've played 18 today, the sixth time they've played it in the tournament, and of course the practice round as well. You can have an idea what the green will do. You can try and play it literally the exact same way each and every time, but it always feels slightly different. No two shots are the same. Longest putt from on the green. her third birdie of the day here at 18. That's going to take quite the effort. Lined up to the inside of the cup. Expecting it to move back to the right. He's so young. Has she hit it enough? No, she's left so much off of this putt. It's not that she missed, it's how she missed. So now the two previous E1 Charity Open champions look on. Jung Yoon-ji can join the club, and in doing so win her first title in her career if she can get this ball to fall. With the tournament on her putter. 2.6 meters separates her and the win. It's got the pace. She's pushed it. Unbelievable. So she'll go for the tap in. Quick reset for the 21-year-old. Can't dwell on it for long. Well, she'll be joining Jihan Sol. And that's just definitely the fatigue and the nerves. He's so young, taps in as well. So guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna go for a fourth playoff.
네, 치열한 적전이 이루어지는 가운데 세 선수가 다시 한번 이곳 18번 홀에서 연장전을 치르도록 하겠습니다. 투혼을 보여주고 있는 선수들에게 격려의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Well, the tape from the front of the green to the very back. They will be measuring exactly 46 yards. Walking back to the middle. And they're going to cut a new cup. It's the first time you've seen it. That is what that device is in the greenskeeper's hand. Because clearly we cannot find a champion from the pin placement that we've had for the first 4 trips through this 18th green. So there will be a brief pause while that adjustment is made. So everyone gets to see where the new cup will be. In the meantime, we'll go back through the approach shots. It's the effort from So Young. Jihan Sol would be next. Catches it a little bit fat and isn't able to get that bounce from the fringe back down, and gravity would have helped her to make its way towards the cup. She'd putt and come up centimeters away, and then Jung Ji by far the closest. Jihan Sol, the aforementioned putt from the fringe. Finish third of a meter away from the hole, and then Lee So-young just didn't hit the ball hard enough. So she would stand by at the back with Jihan Sol as they watched Jung Yoon-ji try and win it. But she pushed it. Ha-min Sung was not that long ago still in contention. She parred this first playoff hole, and the other 3 would birdie, and then 6 straight pars. So with the new cup cut, back up the course they go. So it was originally, as we have seen over and over and over and over today, 9 yards off the front and 6 yards from the right side. In round number 2, this 18th cup was technically 27 paces off that front edge where you saw the tape originally laid, but really it was just a couple of yards off the left fringe and then 5 yards from the outer left side. Round number 1 at 18 was nearly in the exact middle, 22 paces from the front and perfectly 11 yards from both sides of the fringe. It is closest to that pin placement from round 1 than any, though it is slightly more to the right and maybe 4 paces further back. So with that adjustment made, might that be enough to find a winner in this 4th playoff hole? Just after 5 p.m. as we enter our 5th hour of coverage here at South Springs. She's been perfect off the tee. 4 for 4 and just trying to stay cool as much as anything. By the time everyone is finished this particular go around, she will have been out on course for 7 hours. Jihan Sol next to drive.
Yeah.
She was a little left, well, quite a bit left the second playoff. Finding the rough, then she went to the opposite side of the fairway. The previous trip, Lee So-young just wants to get this center of the fairway. She's adjusted her stance slightly so the ball is slightly closer to the middle of her stance than off the front heel. Well, she's headed right again. Into the fairway and jumps back onto the cart for the ride down, and we'll try and get some solace from the sun. It's a war of attrition as much as anything. Go back down to the fairway, this 4th playoff hole. Hard to believe that it's been nearly 70 minutes since the impromptu sprinkler delay, as the final group had made its way down to 18, and Hamin Song had to stare at that putt for an extra 7 or 8 minutes. Wouldn't be able to find the birdie, so that sent her to the first round of playoffs, and here is where we sit. 107 meters, 105 meters, and 94 meters remaining respectively. And if nothing else, there's a different topography, that part of the green. Glancing down at their notes, everyone got to see where the cup was being cut. Now the adjustments will be made. Different clubs to be a little bit deeper. Jihan Sol, the shortest drive. She will be the first to attack the new pin placement. Look at this. She nearly holes out. Celebrates, as does the crowd in behind the 18th green. She is 5 centimeters away. She nearly won it with that swing, and we joked after the second hole it might take an eagle to win this thing. That's how tight it's been. As she watches that inch closer and closer, she can celebrate knowing, if nothing else, she's not going to lose it this particular fourth playoff hole. And now some added pressure on Lee So-young and Chung Yoon-ji to also get close and force a birdie. She doesn't look particularly thrilled with it at first glance. Zips back out to the left. It's about 11 meters away, as opposed to 1.1 centimeters, which is probably what Jihan Sol is. Well, we need a shot at the flag, and I mean right at it. Otherwise, Jihan Sol is likely to defend this title. Here's the attempt from Chung Yoon-ji. She misses the green, but it's going to pull back, and it's still rolling. Well, the golf gods are in no mood to go home. You could hear the supporters, the wow. Because it looked like at first it was a big-time miss. Here are the approaches again. The second look at Jihan Sol. Unbelievable. On a string. Well, you're not going to take the smile off of her face, especially if that approach is what would prove to win it. And for the fourth straight time, the group is announced on their way to the green. Well, we know there's at least one birdie. Lee So-young arrives next and will count the paces back to her ball. So she'll mark it, and the others will need to drain their putts, otherwise that tap-in will be one of the championship variety. Lee So-young on the opposite side of target, gets one last check of the line. Finds the middle between the cup and the ball. She wants to play that break. Actually, a really good pro tip, if you will. Play the break in the middle of the line, and that's typically what you want to aim for. Well, her tournament's on the line. The 2020 champion needs this birdie from 6.1 meters. Would anyone be surprised if this drops for birdie? Lee So-young. Here we go, the first of 3 putts. And the 4th playoff hole. It's got a chance. Oh, again, just short. So the 2020 champion will not be taking home the title in 2022 as she is shy by a few centimeters, and she will join Ha-Min Sung on the sidelines. Chung Yoon-ji can get her birdie. We will reduce the field and head right back up. Well, the tournament's being decided right now. We have a birdie. We're going to a 5th playoff. If it misses, we will have Ji Han-sol repeating. Chung Yoon-ji gets it started. She's got it there. Yes. With the experience, with the composure of someone who's won many tournaments. That is the biggest putt of her very, very young career. Just 21 years of age. So Ji Han-sol's probably thinking, what more do I have to do? Lee So-young bows out. And then there were 2.
네, 이제 지한솔 선수, 정윤지 선수가 연장 5차전을
That is such an impressive putt. With the pressure, with the sheer amount of time she has spent in the sun battling, and that is what she has done all day long. Not one single bogey on her round. 68 in this 3rd round, her best score of the tournament. Birdied the 4th, birdied the 13th, the 16th, the 18th. And you can add 2 more birdies to it today. So that's 6 for her now. And she is certainly not going down without a fight. Lee So-young saying, thank you, I'm going to need some of that water. Well, here we go then. The highlights from this 4th playoff. We thought it might be over here. We really did, and for good reason. Exceptional, exquisite, pick your adjective, it was that. So with the pressure on, Chung Yoon-ji had a kick out to keep herself in contention. She should have been in the rough, but the backspin and gravity had other plans. This was Lee So-young, just coming up short, so it would be a 2-putt par. Ji Han-sol, as she needed to, moves her ball marker to the opposite side, keeping the lane wide open. Chung Yoon-ji to deliver, and Ji Han-sol has her tap in. So maybe I wasn't being facetious after all when I said maybe we need an eagle. For the 6th time today, Chung Yoon-ji is on the 18th tee. Loses her trailing hand as she swings through. Doesn't affect the outcome all that much. It's a bit short, if anything, but again, deposited into the fairway. Jian Sol. Can she come up with another solid drive? Or will she play herself into some trouble like she did on the third playoff? Oh, that is nicely into the fairway. Maybe just rolling to the left side, closer to the rough. Back into the carts they pile. The 5th time. Jian Sol this entire ride's thinking, I played my best approach shot of the day and it wasn't enough. I'm going to have to be perfect again. We'll rejoin our final 2 finalists in a few moments when they reach their balls in the fairway.
나도 제인데 저 정도 제인 아닌데.
언제 갈 거냐고 물어보고. 뭐야?
자신 있게.
So here's how we sit. Cheng Yun-ji, 208-meter drive. She's 102 meters. The straight shot down. Well, this will be, of the 34 tournaments we've seen this year, this will almost certainly be the longest final round, the most playoff holes. We are on 5. And now, like it was last week, a match play for the title. It's basically a match play now. Drops down and sticks. It's another lengthy par putt from or birdie putt, excuse me, from a similar position. Gonna need some more putter magic. And speaking of magic, Jian Sol and her caddy trying to pick which iron. Glanced down at the notes, peek through the rangefinder. It's next to no wind either, just a gentle breeze, so it is just straight skill versus skill. Jian Sol. Again, she catches it a little bit thick and nowhere near as close as she was the last time out. If we still had the pin placement from the first 3 playoff holes, that'd be a comfortable birdie. But it's going to take something special. You can see she's going through the motion again. She just got jammed a little bit. Neither will feel overly confident with the distance remaining. I think you give advantage to Chung Yoon-ji, who just made a mid-range putt like this to prolong this tournament.
네, 정윤지 선수와 지한솔 선수가 그린에 입장하고 있습니다. 끝까지 최선을 다하고 있는 선수들에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Well, we've reached the green once again, and Ji-Hyun-sul will try and get her read here. It'll be slightly propped up just inside the fringe. Gonna make it for a very tricky line. And I'd say the electrolytes are more than a necessity right now.
거기까지는. 그래서 거기서부터 조금 내려먹고 오면 돼.
Well, with everyone watching him behind the green, it's remarkable how silent everyone is watching with eager anticipation for birdie. It would take her shot of the day, and that's saying something based on what we just saw at the fourth. Ji-Hyun-sul. This looks severely underhit. There's no guarantee that she's going to be able to get it there with her second putt either. So a big momentum swing. Chung Yoon-ji. Of course, now she holds it, she wins it outright. If it's two, it still might be enough. She has been the most consistent ball striker throughout this playoff series. And even when things go slightly awry, like they did with her second shot the last time out, she has the spin, the luck on her side. And on the fifth playoff hole, if she can get her birdie, she is champion. Well, it's on its way. It starts to move right. It's in! Finally a winner on the fifth playoff hole of the 10th E1 Charity Open. Chung Yoon-ji, the first win in her career. Not one single bogey all day long. And typically they try and run from these water bottle showers. I wouldn't be surprised if Chung Yoon-ji dives right into the lake to cool off. A moment she will never forget. And to get the win under these circumstances is absolutely incredible. Well, the putt she will remember for as long as she lives. And just a beautiful outpouring of emotions. The endurance, the patience, the composure, and the talent it took to get over the finish line. Well deserved, and you can see in the background, all she can do is nod her head. She was just outright beat, outlasted. Emotion from the family as well. My goodness, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in as long as I've been covering golf. Well, now we can officially look at the final leaderboard. Through 54 holes, we couldn't find a winner. 4 players at 8 under par. And the best score of the day in this third round, Chung Yoon-ji at 4 under, a 68. Lee So-young, a massive putt with her final swing in regulation play to get to 3 under. Jian So would also shoot a 69. Ha-min Sung just sputtered a little bit to the very end. And then it took not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 playoff holes. And the 21-year-old Jian So, Chung Yoon-ji, who came oh so close just a couple of weeks ago to be bested by the points and money leader last year, Bang Min-ji, at the NH Investment and Securities Ladies Championship. Last week at the Doosan match play, she'd finished in a tie for 18th, but she outlasted the field. A remarkable display. A very well-deserved champion. And 2 of the 3 opponents she faced in the playoff know exactly what it takes to win this tournament. She joins that elusive club. Now 10 different winners of the 10th E1 Charity Open, from Kim Bo-kyung in 2013, Hyun Kyung in 2014, then Lee Jung-min 2015, Pae Sonu, Lee Ji-hyun 3. There's Lee Ji-hyun 2 back when she won it in 2017. Lee Da-yeon, Lee Moon-bin in 2019, Lee So-young, Chi Han-sol, and now Chung Yoon-ji. Here she is in her post-victorious interview, and I'm sure there's going to be some more tears to be shed here. Well, I hope everybody was able to exhale. You, the viewer, deserve a round of applause as well for lasting through 5 playoff holes. What an incredible day of golf on the LPGA Tour of Korea, as we will once again take you through the final round highlights. The remarkable thing is that wasn't probably even in the top 5 shots of the day for Jian-Sol, who came in, started the day 5 under. Bit of a dip after round number 1. She went 66 in round 1, 73 yesterday. She was still on the hunt. We knew she was going to be in it until the very end, and she was. Now, after 36 holes, it was Ha-Min Song with a 1-shot lead. It would not go to plan for her today, despite some flashes, just like that approach shot we saw right there. But it'd be up and down like a roller coaster all day long. More incredible shots. For me, the shot of the day. Chun Ye-sung, after blasting it over the green, she's basically under the canopies of the trees. She pitches it up, has it perfectly on line, holes out. That took her to 9 under at that moment. And this is when we started to see Ha-Min Sung start to turn it up. She had the 3-over swing in just 2 holes, took herself out of contention, and she battled back to 18 for the first of 6 times on the day, where the putter was electric for our eventual winner. 4 birdies on the day, 3 on the back nine, 13, 16, and 18, and she'd have some more, as we all know now, when we would go to a playoff. Lee So-young, the winner from 2020, needed to hold this out to get herself to that number of 8 under. At this point, we weren't sure. Lee So-young wasn't sure if that was going to be enough. Her 4th birdie of the day to put her in contention. And then this is where the tournament collapsed. From Chun Ye-sung, we would see that exact move, the drop to the knees in disbelief, as she came up, pulling it to the inside. That took her out of the playoffs. It's back-to-back bogeys. She finished at 7 under in a tie for 5th. We would still, from the final group to the end, have an hour and change of free bonus playoff golf. And we saw some absolutely incredible approach shots. Lee So-young would have one there. Then the first approach of 5 for Chun Yoon-ji. She goes, okay, that's a pretty good approach shot. I'll do one better. Jian-Sol far out after playing into the sand, and she recovers with a incredible birdie from a serious distance away. Ha-Min Sung, remember that visual we just showed you from Chun Ye-sung? Same thing, that close. The exact same miss and the exact same reaction. So the leader after 2 rounds would be the first to depart from the playoffs. Then Lee So-young would come up short. Missing to the inside, she'd tap in. So we thought, okay, maybe we're gonna lose Lee So-young on this hole. Maybe we're gonna lose Chun Yoon-ji on this hole as well. She goes 180 degrees around the cup and out, so Jian-Sol had this to win, but she pushed it. Looks away in disbelief. She'd recover to find her par. Back up to the tees we go. The approach shot. Jian-Sol would be short from the fringe. She putts down. That would end up being the exact same yardage for her approach shot on the 4th. Lee So-young shortchanged this attempt. That opened the door for the first time. Match point. Chun Yoon-ji, she too would push it to the inside. So playoff hole 2 and playoff hole 3. A trio of pars. So we went to a 4th. Jian-Sol without question, her shot of the day. This should have been enough to win it. This should have been enough for the title defense. After 3 playoff holes, they cut a new cup. They moved it further back towards the middle of the green. Doesn't phase at that point. the defending champion. Lee So-young, again, she comes up short, and this time it would cost her a chase for the championship. She would tap in for another par, her third in a row, and she would bow out because Chung Yoon-ji would do this. Needed this, otherwise Chi Han-sol would win. And the first of two fist bumps after an incredible birdie. So that took us to a fifth playoff. And it was Chi Han-sol coming up incredibly short from the front right. She stands up immediately as soon as the putt left her club. She knew she was in trouble, and the thing was, that's still not in a range where it would have been comfortable. It could have been a two-putt for Chung Yoon-ji to win it all. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? She only needed one. And the biggest moments of her young career, the biggest putt, the biggest moment, and she would outlast the field in 5 playoff holes. After having the lowest score of that foursome, she would be the one to go the distance. Back-to-back birdies, 3 birdies in 5 playoff holes would see the 21-year-old win her very first championship here on the LPGA Tour of Korea, setting up this moment for Chung Yoon-ji. Let's go back down now to the 18th green, which we are quite familiar with now at this point, and enjoy the awards presentations.
자, 잘하셨습니다. 자, 보세요. 자, 하나, 둘. 네, 감사합니다.
윤호 여기 자주 와요.
네.
네, 다음은 코스 레코드 시상입니다. 이전 기록은 올 포유 레노마 챔피언십 2019 대회에서 김지현 선수가 기록한 11언더파 61타였습니다. 이 기록을 깬 선수가 있었을까요? 코스 레코드를 기록한 선수에게는
이렇게 물 짜는 선수도 있네.
상금 200만 원과 꽃다발이 수여되겠습니다. 이번 대회 최저 타수는 하민송 선수가 기록한 65타로 아쉽게도 올포유 레노머 챔피언십 2019 대회에서 김지현 선수의 11언더파 61타의 기록을 갱신하지는 못하였습니다. 내년 대회의 기록 갱신을 기대해 보겠습니다. 다음은 데일리 베스트 시상입니다. 시상은 한국 여자 선수 골프 투어 강춘자 대표님께서 해주시겠습니다. 1라운드 66타를 기록한 지한솔 선수, 2라운드 65타를 기록한 하민송 선수, 3라운드 65타를 기록한 이지연 쓰리 선수, 이 중 1라운드 데일리 베스트를 기록한 지한솔 선수가 대표로 수상하겠습니다. 각각의 수상자에게는 상금 100만 원과 꽃다발이 수여되겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
자, 잘하셨습니다. 자, 앞에 보세요. 네. 하나, 둘. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 다음은 홀인원상입니다. 이번 대회는 5번, 8번, 14번, 17번 총 4개의 홀에서 홀인원이 걸려 있었으며 부상으로는 프리미엄 브랜드 클린업의 주방 가구, 특허받은 기술로 선수님들의 피로를 풀어줄 의료가전 세라젬, 현대차 아이오닉5, 스타리아가 수여되겠습니다. 하지만 아쉽게도 이번 연도에는 홀인원을 기록한 선수가 없습니다. 내년도를 기약해 보도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 제10회 이원 체리티 오픈 대망의 우승자를 발표하겠습니다. 네. 8언더파로 우승을 차지한 정윤지 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 제10회 이원 체리티 오픈 우승자인 정윤지 선수가 지금 페어웨이에서 이원 위너스 카트를 타고 입장하고 있습니다. 네, 주식회사 이원 구자영 회장님께서는 우승 자켓과 트로피 1억 4,400만 원의 우승 상금을 수여해 주시겠습니다. 그리고 KLPGA 김정태 회장님께서는 꽃다발을 수여해 주시겠습니다. 먼저 구자영 회장님께서 대회 우승 자켓을 입혀 주시겠습니다. 다음은 구자영 회장님께서 대회 우승 트로피 전달이
네,
있겠습니다.
감사합니다.
소리가 안 나니까. 소리가 안 나니까
말 해줘야겠네. 내가 지금 아무도 모르는 거예요, 지금. 자, 앞에 보세요. 네, 잘하셨습니다. 하나, 둘. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 대회장이신 구자영 회장님께서 직접 시상수표에 서명을 하시겠습니다.
자, 잘하셨습니다. 네.
특별히
네,
구자영
감사합니다.
회장님의 서명이 들어간 시상수표는 이번 대회 우승자에게 더욱 큰 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 계속해서 김정태 회장님께서 꽃다발을 수여해 주시겠습니다.
자, 잘하셨습니다. 네, 하나, 둘. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 자 그럼 우승자와 시상자 여러분 기념 촬영이 있겠습니다. 갤러리 여러분, 우승자에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
이거 쓰시면 안 되겠어요. 자, 먼저 촬영하겠습니다. 선수들 잠깐만요. 네. 자, 앞에 보세요.
Well, a terrific end to a day to remember, both for our champion Chung Yoon-ji and, of course, the entire crew, everyone who took in this spectacle, and it truly was that, a spectacle. That is where we will bid this 10th E1 Charity Open adieu, the 8th event of the season, and setting the bar for the rest of the upcoming 26 events. We are headed to Bears Best next week, another 4-round event, excuse me. It's been so long that we've had one of those in Zhengnan. That will be next. We look forward to welcoming you back to the LPGA Tour on Thursday. A sincere thank you to our entire SBS Golf crew and everyone else on the LPGA Tour of Korea for making this week such a success. Dramatic to the very end. 5 holes of playoff golf before we were finally ready to crown a winner. The 10th playing of this tournament, the 10th different winner, and a first-time champion. An absolutely incredible afternoon at the South Springs Country Club. I've been Adam Jenkins. One final thank you to you as well, the viewer, for joining us. We hope you enjoyed watching as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Until Thursday for the Lotte Open, so long for now. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon on the LPGA Tour of Korea.